Mr. Mayor, we are live.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'd like to welcome everyone in chamber today and those watching at home through live stream. I'd like to start the meeting off with the land acknowledgement. The Township of Oro-Medonte acknowledges that we are situated on the traditional land of the Anishinaabe people and ancestral territory of the Huron-Wendat. The Anishinaabe include the Odawa, the Ojibwe, and the Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. It continues today as the home for diverse Indigenous peoples, including the historic Métis community in Penetanguishene. The Anishinaabe people continue to have an enduring relationship with this land, specifically the Chippewas of Rama First Nations, the Chippewa Tri-Council, and the Williams Treaties First Nations. The Huron-Wendat Nation also continues to pay respect and protect their ancestors and heritage on this land. We honor the Indigenous history and culture that has thrived for millennia in this territory and the treaties that bind us together as partners in spirit of a shared, sustainable, and prosperous future. We are all treaty people. Our commitment begins with acknowledging the truth so that we can move forward together towards reconciliation. Excuse me. Madam Clerk, may we have a motion to adopt the agenda, please?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that the agenda for the council meeting of Wednesday, August 16, 2023 be received and adopted as amended to add as item 4E, Hugh Murray, Director, Fire and Emergency Services, Fire Chief, Tamara Obi, Director, Human Resources, Labor Relations, Employee Negotiations, Fire and Emergency Services.
Thank you. All in favor? That is carried. May we have a motion to go past 4 hours, Madam Clerk, if necessary?
Moved by Young, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that Rule 14.20A, as per the procedural bylaw number 2023-043, be suspended in order to allow the meeting to proceed past the 4-hour adjournment requirement if necessary.
All in favor? That is carried. And does anyone have any pecuniary interest to declare at this time? Councillor Shell?
I believe it's item 12. I believe it's item 12 regarding short-term rentals. I have to declare it because I have a bed and breakfast. I don't have my copy of my agenda here. I'm just getting a copy we brought up.
That's for information only. Madam Clerk, is that fine? You've got that recorded?
Oh, thank you.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other pecuniary interests at this time? Seeing none. Okay, and may we have a motion to go into close, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that we do now go into closed session at 9:05 a.m. to discuss education and training of members in accordance with Section 239 3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, Lakeshore Promenade Plan 626, solicitor-client privilege, personal matters about an identifiable individual, compensation, labor relations, employee negotiations, fire and emergency services.
Thank you. All in favor? That is carried. We'll see everyone in close. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we are live.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. May we have a motion to rise from closed session, please?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that we do now rise at 10:43 a.m. and report on the closed session items 4C, D, and E.
Thank you. All in favor? That is carried. And Madam Clerk, may we have a motion for item 4C emanating from closed session, please?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Bard. Sorry. Be it resolved that the confidential information presented by Yvonne Aubuchon, Clerk, Re-Education and Training of Members in accordance with Section 239, 3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, Lakeshore Promenade Plan 626 be received.
All in favor? That is carried. And item D, please, Madam Clerk.
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that the confidential correspondence dated March 8th, 2023, from Hicks Morley Hamilton Stewart Story LLP and confidential verbal information presented by Robin Dunn, CAO, Counselor, Solicitor Client Privilege, personal matter about an identifiable individual, compensation be received.
Thank you. All in favor? And finally, item 4E emanating from closed, please, Madam Clerk.
Moved by Clark, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that the confidential verbal information presented by Hugh Murray, Director Fire and Emergency Services, Fire Chief, and Tamara Obi, Director Human Resources, Labor Relations, Employee Negotiations, Fire and Emergency Services be received, and that staff proceed as outlined.
Thank you. All in favor? And that is carried. May we have a motion for item 5A, please, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that the draft minutes of the council meeting held on Wednesday, July 12th, 2023, and the special council meetings held on Monday, July 31st, and Wednesday, August 9th, 2023, be received and adopted as printed and circulated.
Are there any amendments to the 3 draft minutes before us? Seeing none, I'll ask for the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. Item 6, recognition of achievements. We have none. There are no public meetings, and there are no deputations, presentations. Item 9, identifying, does anyone have an item that needs to be moved up because they can't stay to the end of the meeting? I see, oh, sorry. Yes, Mr. Huff.
Thank you, Your Worship. Item
18. Yep.
What? I do not. Oh, 18. Yeah.
Madam Clerk, can it be noted that Mr. Ralph Huff asked for item 18 regarding remuneration 18A come forward? So we'll deal with that after open forum. Is that okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Anyone else want anything moved up at this point? Okay, so now this brings us to our open forum. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone registered to speak during open forum?
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, could you bring them forward if they're in the waiting room?
We have Mr. Huff for item 18A, and he is in person in the chambers.
Okay. Mr. Huff, if you'd like to come to the podium and give your name and start whenever it's best for you. Okay. Welcome back to the chamber, sir.
Well, thank you. Great to be back. Thank you, Your Worship. It's Ralph Huff. And my comments here, and I did mention that the bylaw be brought forward, so I'll have more comments on them. But very briefly, relating to closed item 4D and 18A, which are related. I'm not aware, of course, what 4D was, but it may involve me because I've had an issue on those lines, personnel compensation, ongoing since I was on council well over a year ago. And it still hasn't been resolved, and hopefully we can resolve it. Just I can either give you a brief background now or when we get to my presentation on the bylaw, whichever. I don't want to repeat it.
Okay, I want to just, from procedural, so a presentation at item 18A would not be permitted in accordance to our procedures, but what I will ask council is, is council would give Mr. Huff the opportunity to make his presentation as part of his open forum, so he may go a little longer than the 2 minutes granted. All in favor of that? So, Madam Clerk, be noted that we will break from procedure to allow Mr. Huff to give that presentation now. Is that okay, Mr. Huff?
I really appreciate that, and thank you very much. I have condensed it as much as possible to try and be within the 2 minutes. But this, to go back a little bit, as many of you may well know, I'm retired from the Orillia Police Service in 1995 and started on council in 1997. A few years later, council members were enrolled in OMAs, which, as you all know, is the pension plan. As I was already receiving an OMAS pension from the police force, I was not eligible to join OMAs through the township. In June of 22, I became aware through media reports that a member of Springwater Council, who had been a retired police officer, was seeking compensation through Springwater Council based on pay equity, as he was not receiving the same compensation as his council colleagues due to them being enrolled in OMAs. They were receiving the OMAs contribution over and above salary, which he wasn't. I subsequently learned that the Springwater had settled the matter with this councillor. I also learned that some municipalities, including Oshawa and Durham Region, had quite explicit procedures regarding compensation to employees who could not join OMAs. As I was advised, the CAO done of these developments, and he told me that its HR staff had sent a file. I did bring this to the attention of the CAO, by the way, in the summer of 2022. I spoke to Robin several times, and he said that the staff had sent a file to the consultant regarding, and he would advise me when they heard back. As of this date, I've not heard anything back. The new bylaw, 18A, addresses compensation pertaining to OMAs, including compensation for council members who reach age 71 and can no longer contribute to OMAs. Such members will receive remuneration equivalent to their previous OMAs contribution. Third paragraph should be added, in my opinion, to the bylaw that states if a member of council is not eligible to be enrolled in OMAs, the member shall be entitled to a monthly remuneration equal to the monthly OMAs contribution. Currently, any member that is in OMAs and reaches 71, they will be reimbursed. That's the provision in the new bylaw, but it doesn't cover retroactively. And I asked for this when I was still on council, and that still is an outstanding issue. I think that my proposed amendment would rectify this, and I haven't had the opportunity to discuss this with the CAO, but if a third paragraph were added that said if a member of council is not eligible to be enrolled in OMAs, the member shall be entitled to a monthly remuneration equal to the monthly OMAs contribution. And they're not entitled, mostly those, there's another member of former council who's in the same position. He was a police officer and couldn't enroll in OMAs because he was already drawing a pension. So if that were added, I think it would rectify the bylaw, excuse me, and there's nothing indicating that this would be retroactive. And I would remind council that I first brought this forward to staff while I was still on council, and hopefully in accordance with fairness and pay equity, you will retroactively make some contribution or retribution for the fact that we were not getting equal pay to our council colleagues that were enrolled in OMAs. That's a brief summary of.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate it, knowing you have been brief. I'll ask council if you have any questions for Mr. Huff for clarity at this point in time. No, well, thank you very much, Ralph. I appreciate you coming forward and providing that information for us.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the time and nice seeing you all.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, is the next person available?
Margaret Prophet is online, and I will ask IT to advance her.
Welcome, Ms. Prophet. I see you are now, you've been let in from the waiting room. If you would like to continue when you're ready, that would be greatly appreciated.
Sure. I will try to keep this brief to my 2 minutes. Honorable Mayor and Council, thank you for hearing Simcoe County Greenbelt's Coalition concerns about item 15D on today's agenda, which is Sargent's water taking permit application on the ERO. We have been advocating for smart land use that protects needed water resources and land since 2017. And in fact, we advocated for the Oro-Medonte to be added to the Greenbelt in 2018, as it met the criteria as an area of hydrological significance. Back in 2020, the province commissioned a study to update its permits to take water system. And a sentence that stuck out to all of us was, quote, throughout Ontario, groundwater and surface water resources are generally sustainable under current climate conditions and levels of water use. Since then, we have seen local temperatures increase as well as water use and permits to take water increase. Therefore, being generally sustainable is well below the threshold of care and concern that's required in the midst of today's crises. Beyond that, when local source water protection committees factored in the climate future we all face, they bluntly outlined that, quote, reduced recharge to groundwater could cause significant decline in aquifer levels. This could result in shallow wells drying up and/or municipal wells needing to be drilled deeper into the aquifer, or it may be necessary to find an alternate source of water to sustain consumption rates. Clearly, science is warning us to be wise with our decision when it comes to water, and I think today's application or discussion about the ERO application fits into this. And the sustainability meaning that it meets our own needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. I've collected some research and facts I think pertain to this application for your consideration as you grapple with the application. One, groundwater is a finite resource. According to studies from the University of Victoria, 94% of groundwater resources take at least 50 years or most of a lifetime to replenish. Two, the aggregate industry is underregulated, and the Aggregate Resource Act that governs the industry supersedes almost every other land use and environmental policy in Ontario. Simply put, there's little accountability in the process, rehabilitation, and proper stewardship of lands impacted by aggregate mining and its byproducts such as washing. Studies on aggregate mining activities on aquifers in Minnesota showed that several circumstances, aggregate mining and related activities such as dewatering and washing, reduced aquifer levels and adjusted water flows. This was an objective study paid for by the state government, and to our knowledge, no such objective study has been done on the Oro-Moraine or Ontario at large regarding aggregate impacts on water sources. Under the Clean Water Act and South Georgian Bay source water protection plans, quarry and mine dewatering systems and wash plants are considered a threat to drinking water. Further, Conservation Ontario states that aggregate operations may increase the vulnerability of groundwater to contamination, that the removal of material decreases the time it takes contaminants to reach groundwater drinking supplies. The Oro-Medonte, although hydrological treasure, is not protected well enough, mostly now due to changes in provincial policies that increase harms such as aggregate activity and sprawl and reduce protections for endangered species and wetlands. We cannot take the chance that with our water and assume that this potential neglect won't have any impact. The water system we're discussing today is a complex ecosystem with constant interactions between land, water, and activities that occur on it. I have faith in this council. It will do right by its residents and economy, and at the very least oppose this application and consider investing in studies that help protect the Oro-Medonte for the long term. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Prophet. Council, any questions for clarity or understanding? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Prophet, for your information. And Madam Clerk,
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, can I comment? Could we comment as well? I don't necessarily have any questions, Margaret. Ms. Prophet pretty emphasized what's at stake here. Can I comment on or is that proper at this point in time?
Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, the item is on the consent agenda.
Yeah, so you know what, if you want to hold your comments, we can pull it from the consent agenda and have discussion at that time. Is that okay?
Yeah.
And just for clarity, if the direction is not going to change, it doesn't have to be pulled, it can just be discussed.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And thank you very much, Ms. Prophet. And Madam Clerk, if there is another speaker in queue, please forward when convenient.
Yes, Kim Kosser, 15D, item 15D.
Okay.
And I will have IT advance her if she's in. I do not see Ms. Kosser at this time. So perhaps we can come back if.
Oh, there, I see just
yes, she's here.
populated now.
She's here now. Yes, thank you.
Your hand's up too, Ms. Kosser.
Hi.
Hi, please go ahead when you're ready, please.
Oh, okay, you can hear me now?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, great. Okay, good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm trying to keep this within 2 minutes. Okay, the Oro-Medonte, our environment and our communities would be directly affected by this proposal. The Oro-Medonte is similar in form and function to the Oak Ridges moraine, performing essential ecological and hydrological functions which help sustain 3 major watersheds in Simcoe County and supplying virtually all of Oro-Medonte with clean drinking water. This water-taking proposal is classified as a Category 3, which has the highest potential of causing unacceptable environmental impacts. Reaching below the water table and taking akin to the volume of a small lake per year for 10 years is unacceptable. Despite claims by the aggregate industry who play down the enormous risks, this can cause great harm and change the water action flow in the area. These operations alter the recharge and discharge of the marine's groundwater/aquifers. Taking water will affect natural discharge areas such as the Hawkstone Creek subwatershed, which is part of the Lake Simcoe watershed flowing into Lake Simcoe. These operations have been shown to affect groundwater quality and well levels, contamination of local wells with high levels of silt and sediment in drinking water, and causing damage to pipes in the home. Chemicals such as fuel and lubricants may contaminate the groundwater. In addition, water used in cleaning aggregate returned to the watershed will be contaminated. Movement of groundwater in general and in the our moraine is complex. There is no current scientific data on the state of our aquifers to be able to say anything for certain. Don't let the aggregate industry mislead you. A true study would take a very long time with multiple scientists, not just one signing off on a small study. This is a huge natural system affecting our environment, our water, our communities. We need to let nature do her job and leave her alone. This is not sustainable and putting so much at risk. As thankfully Margaret outlined, climate change worsens, we need to protect our natural resources, our watersheds, and our water. If approved, this will open the floodgates for other companies to do the same. The Oro-Medonte has enough problems and threats. Please don't let this be another nail in the coffin. We need to protect our environment, our communities, our watersheds. I could go on, but I'm over 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kosser. Any questions of clarity, any members of council? We're fine at this point. Then, Madam Clerk, could we have the next speaker, please?
Mr. Mayor, that concludes our open session registrants. We did have a withdrawal from Doug Varty.
Okay. I will then open the opportunity to partake in open session to anyone in chamber who would like to speak to any item on the agenda. And if they do, approach the mic and give your name. Seeing none, then that will conclude open session. And Madam Clerk, what I would suggest is we now move to item 18A on the agenda that was requested by Mr. Huff.
Mr. Mayor, would you,
Yeah, sorry, I'm just, would you like to read the motion?
well,
18A, or, go ahead, sorry.
if council is pulling it for discussion, then this would be the time for that discussion.
Okay. So council, 18A, we're pulling from but I guess where I was confused, he referred to 18A, which is under bylaws, so we still have to pull it for discussion. Okay? Okay, therefore, can we pull CAO done?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The draft bylaw that was included in the agenda, Ms. Obi has provided a suggested amendment. And perhaps Tamara could identify that amendment before deliberations take place.
Is Ms. Obi available?
I am. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Just hold one sec, Ms. Obi. I just want to make sure the clerk is. So, Madam Clerk, is that fine? So I'm looking for, we'll deal with 18A is what we're going to do. There's no other because we've already passed the bylaw coming out of closed, or the motions coming out of closed. So it's just the bylaw now that we want to discuss.
The bylaw is in open,
Okay.
and that is the item
So
that you want to
we're going
discuss.
to pull 18A, and I'll open the floor at this time for discussion. And before we engage in discussion, Ms. Obi, do you want to kind of give a brief update of what the proposed bylaw is?
Yeah, sure. So through you, Mr. Mayor, the bylaw 2023-057 is a remuneration bylaw for members of council. This bylaw lays out all compensation and remuneration for members of council, its boards and committees, and expenses for staff members. This bylaw outlines the salary for members of council for 2023, 2024, and 2025. The salaries are based on a COLA increase as negotiated through the collective agreement. There is a new schedule been appended to the 2023 bylaw that has not been included historically, and that is Schedule D. Schedule D outlines the pension and benefits for members of council. Schedule D includes information with respect to the pension, which the township is a member of the OMERS, Ontario Municipal Employees Retirement System plan. It includes health and dental and out-of-country benefits and the life insurance benefits that are applicable to members of council. I do have a couple of proposed amendments, Mr. Mayor. If you would like me to present those at this point, or I can wait until after discussion by council.
No, Council, would like to hear them now if that's okay.
Absolutely. So again, on Schedule D, item 1B of the pension section, the amendment the clause would state the following. A member of council is subject to bylaw number 2017-160 who becomes a participant in the primary plan pursuant to bylaw number 2017-160 and who thereafter attains the age that requires such participant to begin collecting pension payments pursuant to the terms of the primary plan, currently age 71, shall be provided with a payment currently eligible on and after December 1st of the year in which the participant attains age 71 of a bi-weekly income payment equal to the township's portion of its pension contribution calculated on the member's base salary made to OMERS on behalf of such participant member of council in lieu of pension contribution. This additional biweekly remuneration will be terminated on the last day of the month an eligible member leaves office. Further, there is a clause C,
Please.
which is a new clause that is being proposed. A member of council who is deemed ineligible to participate in OMERS due to the terms and conditions as established by OMERS shall be provided a bi-weekly income payment equal to the township's portion of the bi-weekly pension contribution calculated on the member of council's base salary made to OMERS on behalf of a participant member of council in lieu of such pension contribution. This biweekly remuneration will be terminated on the last day of the month an eligible member of council leaves office.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or discussion from members of council? Councillor Schell.
Yes, thank you. I heard all that, Tamara, and I took it in, but I'm the kind of guy that likes to look at it and read it. I can't recall every single word that was stated. If I could see those in writing, I can compare them much easier, more effectively. So maybe we could defer it for another time so we can have this information available.
Mr. Mayor, could Ms. Obi please share her screen so the council can see Schedule D that Ms. Obi was speaking to?
Sure, that'd be great. Thank you. I'll give everyone a minute or two to review that and absorb it.
Tamara, could you please make the font just a little bigger on what you're sharing? Mr. Mayor, could Tamara just again for members of council flag the edit in B and the amendment in all of C?
So hopefully, just to bring clarity, I think Councillor Schell, what they're saying is the contributions that would have gone into your OMERS would be monetarily compensated directly to you as part of your pay. That is what's being suggested.
Yes, thank you.
And Tamara, can you confirm what I gave the Coles Notes version of is correct to Councillor Shell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That is correct, and it is based on the members of council base salary. So the contributions that are calculated based on base salary.
Okay. Any other questions, Councillor Hutchison?
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through you to Ms. Obie. And so that calculation, can you please confirm for me, it's 6% of income is what is paid to OMERS?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hutchinson, that is correct. 6% is the employer's or the township's portion of the contribution.
And that contribution not being paid to OMERS is paid to the councillor as part of taxable income, is that correct?
With the passing of this bylaw, yes, that would be correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Clark, and then Councillor Young.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. And I think my point is more to just make clear what's before us. So that is the compensation of an individual who's ineligible for OMERS pension, either by age as per OMERS policy or by OMERS policy of if someone is currently collecting a OMERS pension, they're not eligible to contribute at the same time they're withdrawing. So there's two kind of scenarios in which through open forum, former councillor, former Deputy Mayor Huff brought to our attention, he was ineligible to receive OMERS contributions due to the fact that he was pulling from an OMERS pension. So the issue before us is whether or not we should compensate individuals who are ineligible through OMERS, and Mr. Huff has brought a request to provide that compensation on a retroactive basis, which I think significant repercussions financially would incur. I thank Mr. Huff for his incredible service for 25 years, if my math is correct, which would be a significant burden.
Thank you for your comments. And Councillor Young.
Yeah, just one basic question. Excuse me, we're sort of dancing around the 6% of councillor's wage. Exactly how much is that, Tamara?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Young, based on the contributions for the payroll that just was concluded, a member of council's base contribution is approximately $92 for one payroll.
$92 per pay. Okay, thanks very much, Tamara.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions at this time or comments? Seeing none. Okay, so Councillor Hutchison.
Sorry, we're discussing the bylaw as in the whole, though, not just this particular item. Am I correct?
This bylaw in whole, correct?
Right. So did we want some clarity on the remuneration for the deputy position, just for the public to understand?
No, and I'll try to answer that, and if not, then Tamara can chime in and bring more color to the issue. So last council gives the remuneration of the council that's coming forward in the next term. Basically, because there was a couple of remunerations that took place throughout those cost of living moving forward. The difference is, though, we changed the dynamic of the deputy mayor role, where it was a councillor that would also serve as deputy mayor, which is a significant amount of incremental work. So what I'm going to say maybe was an oversight is they didn't include that in the compensation package or the remuneration package. So we have since had a consultant give what they feel would be fair compensation for that dual role, and it has been implemented, which is a 17 or 16% increase. I don't want to buffer your salary too much, Deputy Mayor, but anyway, so that is why it stands out as a significant increase, but it's because that position is a dual role position, which entails a lot more responsibility and time. And CAO done.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Obi, the mayor is correct. Council did endorse the work from Mary Ann Love with respect to those changes for compensation for the dual role of deputy mayor and councillor. However, Tamara, the instrument to do that, I believe, is solely through the adoption of this bylaw. I stand to be corrected, but Tamara, I believe, yes, it's been endorsed by council. I'm not certain that it has been actioned, Mr. Mayor, because I think the legal tool to do that is with this bylaw. Tamara?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. We did bring the recommendation from the consultant forward to council, and council did received and endorse the salary for the deputy mayor's position, which is why it is now included in the bylaw in the manner that it is. Sir, if I could take it one step further, in 2022, when the bylaw was passed, in February of 2022, the deputy mayor role as it stood at that point in time was a deputy mayor position and did not include that dual role, which is why there is a difference in the salary beyond the COLA between the 22 that was passed in February to where we are today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Obi. And Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yes, thank you very much. I guess I'll just add the comment that I think at the time, because of the addition of a new ward, the previous council had decided not to add another person to council. So in effect, made up the deliberation and passed a motion to combine one of the positions of ward councillor to become a mayor as selected, or deputy mayor as selected by council. So I guess in principle, one can say that to date, one councillor position of $27,000 has not been added, but rather than that, the position of one councillor's income has increased by $11,000. So the township has saved approximately $16,000. So I'll just put that out there. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Schell.
Yes, Deputy Mayor, I appreciate that too. But we also did add another ward to the slate, so we have 7 councillors up here now.
Yeah, no, and that was when the models were shared by the consultant of the realignment, and that was the whole thing: is do we expand? You know, you can go to the extremes where we should have. Could we have expanded by 2 in order that the deputy mayorship would have stayed as a single position? But it was all about tying of votes, and that was why we tried to stay to an odd number. So. You know, comment well made, but at the end of the day, I think we've made the best of the scenario that was decided by the previous council, which I was a part of as well. I just that was a decision, and we're trying to make sure people are properly compensated as best as possible. Okay. Any other questions at this point? So, Madam Clerk, do we want to pass this bylaw motion now, or do you want that would be the most efficient rather than come back to it when we get to the bylaws later on? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, given that there is an amendment proposed to this bylaw, we will do it separate.
Okay. Now, the one thing I do want to make clear is because a council member did ask for this to be deferred, are you flooring to defer this vote now? But now that you've seen it, are you fine with voting on this now?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenwald. No, I'm fine with going ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So please, Madam Clerk.
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2023-057, a bylaw to provide for remuneration and expenses for members of council and council appointees to local boards and committees, technical support groups, and expenses for employees and to repeal bylaw number 2022-015, remuneration and expenses bylaw, be amended as follows. DB, a member of council subject to bylaw number 2017-160, who becomes a participant in the primary plan pursuant to bylaw number 2017-160, and who thereinafter attains the age that requires such participant to begin collecting pension payments pursuant to the terms of the primary plan, currently age 71, shall be provided with payment currently first eligible on and after December 1st of the year in which the participant attains age 71 of a bi-weekly income payment equal to the township's portion of its pension contribution, calculated on the member of council's base salary, made to owners on behalf of such participant member of council in lieu of such pension contribution. This additional bi-weekly remuneration will be terminated on the last day of the month an eligible member of council leaves office. C, a member of council who is deemed ineligible to participate in OMERS due to the terms and conditions as established by OMERS shall be provided a bi-weekly income payment equal to the township's portion of the bi-weekly pension contribution calculated on the member of council's base salary made to OMERS on behalf of a participant member of council in lieu of such pension contribution. This additional bi-weekly remuneration will be terminated on the last date of the month an eligible member of council leaves office. And that this bylaw be read a first, second, and third time, passed, be engrossed by the clerk, signed and sealed by the mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any other comments or discussion at this point before I call the vote?
Mr. Mayor, and the effective date is January 1st, 2023,
Okay, thank you.
just to note.
Yes. Okay, so I'll call the vote. All in favor? Against? That's carried. Okay, so now we'll go back to item 11A. May we have a motion for 11A, Madam Clerk?
If I can just have a moment, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, sir, council received comments during the open forum with respect to another matter. Whether council wishes to deal with that communication 15D, Mr. Mayor, at this time. I apologize, Mr. Mayor, for interrupting. I realize that, Madam Clerk. However, Mr. Mayor.
Well, you know what? Because we have already opened 11A, we're going to do 11A, and if you want, we can switch after that, but I think we need to, let's deal with 11A now. So, Madam Clerk, what I'm going to ask is maybe if you could read the motion, because, and then maybe if Ms. Hewitt wants to make a couple of comments for clarity for the public on regarding this matter.
Okay.
Please.
Moved by Clark, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that CS 2023-24, Donna Hewitt, Director of Corporate Services, Community Consultation Group update be received and adopted. That council support the applicants working collaboratively to determine future roles and activities. And number 3, that appropriate township staff resources provide meeting coordination support. 4, that the CAO liaise with the CCG as required.
Thank you. And Ms. Hewitt, could you please just kind of give a brief synopsis on what is going to take place in the changes as far as how the selection process will work?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. As council recalls, there was a deputation made by Mr. Merrifield presenting the concept of a community consultation group. And as part of that deputation, there was commentary about some benefits that could be potentially realized by having a community group that was at arm's length from both township staff and township council, and would provide a forum for sharing of information, education, and dealing with potential areas of interest that the community might have. Council supported the concept of staff providing administrative support, and also that we would provide assistance in the, I'm going to say recruitment process, but educating and enabling the community to put forward their expression of interest. We were delighted, I would say overwhelmed by the volume, 13 individuals that came forward. Great set of individuals that obviously have a keen interest to give back to their community from all wards, a variety of different tenures in the municipality, different experiences, skills. It was a real pleasure to read them. And as we went through it as staff, we reminded ourselves that the purpose of this group was to be at arm's length. So rather than staff go through and try to determine which was a better candidate, that perhaps go back to the roots of Mr. Merrifield's deputation, which was this is a community group at arm's length. So what's before you now is the suggestion that the group be brought together with the administrative support the council has indicated that they thought was appropriate, and the group with some great skills would work together to determine their roles, determine chairs, and determine the go forward. So what is before council is in fact that recommendation. So again, 13 individuals, we would provide that administrative coordination, and look forward to seeing the outcome of the group.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hewitt. So I think the big message here is, which I think I applaud staff communicating with Mr. Merrifield on this matter. And this is a community group, and therefore not just council but staff. We need to be at arm's length from the appointment of the people to the board, and it's going to be, hopefully, I think, a self-esteem. I know we have offered to give administrative support for minutes of the meeting. It is my hope that this group, with the talent they have, in a very short period of time, they won't need our assistance whatsoever. They'll be organized and be able to do those things and pass on to us accordingly as the group is to operate. So now that we kind of have a better understanding of it, is there any other questions before I call the vote on this matter? Councillor Schell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. I'm a little confused regarding the need for such a group to liaise between the Township Council regarding forming a public membership operating at arm's length, when already they're asking for our help to get things together, and so our staff is already working toward them and helping them, which is a good thing. I think it's a great idea, but I'm concerned with the public's view out there in the past where we've had 2 or more groups that have caused us a lot of aggravation and litigation time. That can this group honestly say that they are, I'm going to say, not a special interest group? And there's so many other things. Closed session meetings that we have to have too. How are we going to incorporate that to this group? I mean, if they're trying to help us manage.
No, they're not trying to help us manage. Closed session's closed session. I don't really see what this group has to do with closed session matters. This is a group that is not, and it could be shut down, or it could be, it may dissolve by itself. We can't control that. This is a mechanism, another tool in the box that helps us engage with the entire municipality, not a specific zone or area. It's a municipal wide, and from the deputation, if you recall, when Mr. Merrifield became to us, he was very clear on what the group would entail and how he'd hoped to bring it not just as a information back to council, but a way for them to invite different departments from our township to present and educate the public. Council CAO Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could add just a wee bit of clarity back to Councillor Schell's question. The formulation of the arm's length of council and staff group was presented in a staff report on May the 24th. Certainly council listened carefully to the recommendations from the clerk and from Ms. Hewitt regarding ensuring that this was not, quote, a committee, close quote, of council at arm's length. And two, Mr. Mayor, council unanimously supported that go forward. So that's why the expression of interest call was made. That's why Ms. Hewitt's report is before you today to be able to move that forward.
Okay. I hope does that help clarify some concerns, Councillor Schell?
Yes, I heard all that, and I respect it. I just figure like such a committee can be struck without a permission of township council. They can operate like where are the meetings going to be held, and how much effort do our staff have to put forward to accommodate their meetings? And they're also suggesting that Oro-Medonte Township Council shall send representation to the quarterly meetings. Well, that's not arm's length. How can that be arm's length when you're asking council to be at your meetings?
Well, no, council does not have to be at the meetings. We can attend those meetings just like we could attend other committee meetings that we're at. I guess my concern is you've had a change of heart and you're welcome to vote the way you choose when this motion has come forward. But you have supported this throughout the process to here. So, you know, if there's something that has all of a sudden, you know, that this council needs to be aware of that maybe you know that we don't, then maybe bring that forward.
Yes, thank you. I supported the initial idea along with everybody else. It sounded really great and it was very well presented, and it would be wonderful if it works. But then I get this in my my mail, and I'm reading it last night, and I'm thinking, oh whoa, just a second here. And some red flags came up. That's all. So I just was concerned, and I'm just wondering if maybe we were rushing into it too soon.
So when you say what came in your mail is the agenda?
The proposal of the establishment of the Oro-Medonte Community Consultation Committee. There it is. I've got it here in my hand, and it's about 6 pages long. I've made notes throughout the whole thing, and I just don't see that it's going to. I see that it's going to create a little bit of extra work for council and the township when we're already doing this publicly. Everything we do is open to the public. We're transparent. The public can come to the meetings and everything. I'm just concerned that you know, we could end up with more splinter groups out there in the community.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with your view, but your view is your view. I think at the end of the day, this is another tool within our toolbox to help us engage the public. Not everybody can make council meetings. Not everybody comes to council meetings. So anyways, like I said, it is up to you to support. I appreciate you bringing forth your concerns. And if there's any other comment, if not, then I would call sorry, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I just want to allay some of Councillor Schell's fears. I mean, as was indicated by Ms. Hewitt, this is a diverse group of individuals from across the township. And I know in the past, people have been labeled as special interest groups, and sometimes they have specific interests within their community. But from what I can ascertain from the information provided is that these individuals are from all across Oro-Medonte, and the commonality that they share is an interest in Oro-Medonte as a whole, not necessarily one specific issue or challenge, which I think, that will be, hopefully, think sometimes good ideas don't work, but that will hopefully be another avenue for us to hear communication and provide communication to the community that provides beneficial progress forward.
Okay. Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Greenlaw. I will concur with what Councillor Clark has said. I know certainly when I ran for council, I talked very openly about involving the community and wanting to hear from the community, and the feedback that I had from the community during my run was they felt they didn't have a voice, or they didn't want to come and present at council, or they felt somewhat intimidated by the process, and I appreciate that. I think this is a good idea. It is a broad idea. It is not, it's not specific to one area or one idea or topic of concern for a specific community. That being said, I also feel it's within anyone's community group, or sorry, within any community to form a group of concerned citizens to raise their voice with regards to concerns for their specific community. And yes, we have seen that here in Oro-Medonte. We had a number of groups come together over the last 4 years to make their voices heard. I think that that is a symptom of the fact that communities felt they weren't being heard. And I think that's a reason why we're sitting around this table today. And I actually do take a bit of offense when people will label engaged citizens who come together to have their voices heard as a special interest group. That's their right to do so, and we should be listening to everyone in our community.
Yes, no, thank you. And just to elaborate on Councillor Hutchison's comment, there are concerned groups, and to label them, and special interest is not necessarily a bad term, it's just that it's got this negative connotation in this township. It's a concerned group of individuals, and the the democratic society we live in allows for people to speak up and to ensure their voice is heard. Councillor Young.
Yeah, I respectfully to you, Councillor Hutchison, and you, Councillor Clark, let's hope it's a diverse group of people that represent the Oro-Medonte community. But the problem is right now we don't know whether they're going to be representative of the Oro-Medonte, but I would expect, I have full confidence in Mr. Merrifield that he will do that and ensure as best he can that the people of this community are well represented with this group. And just further to your comment there, Councillor Hutchison, I disagree with that. The people in this community have not, we have not ignored the issues brought forward or the concerns of groups in this community. We all know about the short-term accommodation groups. We know about the group down in Shanty Bay with the 918 third line, the marijuana. So we're all up on that, what is happening. They have expressed their concerns to us clearly, and we're all very mindful of the issues that they're experiencing down there. So I disagree with your point respectfully that they are not, recognized for their concerns.
No. Councillor Hutchison.
Sorry, through you, Mayor Greenlaw, we won't belabor this. I just want to clarify. I believe those groups came together to create a voice so that the township would listen. I think it's an example of how a community does come together to raise their voices, and I think it's a very positive thing.
Okay, just one quick comment and then we're going to move.
One quick
forward.
comment. Given what you just said, I would expect then there would be representation from short-term rental people as well as people in the Shanty Bay regards to the marijuana problems they have down there. If they're fairly going to represent and truly represent the concerns. And I don't know how, you may know more than I do, and you probably do given the location with you, but I don't have any evidence that those people brought forward their concerns to this group.
Well, I think this group is, you know, we're not a point of selecting the board members. And I think the one thing we want to, in wrapping this up, what I want to explain is that this group, what the motion is about is how the board of that group is going to be chosen. It's going to be chosen amongst the 13 applicants. So it does not restrict anybody in the entire township of being a part of the group. They can partake and participate in the group. So it's open to the entire township, and therefore that's why it's a community group, because we are one community and it's Oro-Medonte. Each hamlet or neighborhood has its own issues. They're welcome to come to this group and explain their concerns, but we're not focused just on singular little issues that we're going to hang all our energy on. So, and like I said, we need to look at special interest groups as more of a positive. It's community concerned members that have come together. It's not a negative. So anyways, that said, seeing no further questions, because I'm not asking for further questions. I'm just kidding. Anyway, so I'm going to call the vote. All in favor? Against? That is carried. Okay, so.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to ask Councillor Young if he can turn his camera off and put it back on again.
On, you're kind of got that purple haze going there.
Yeah, turn the camera off and turn it back on again, see what happens.
Now, do we want to go to that other item, the open water now?
Sure.
So,
Well, I might point out that there's been a couple of recusals. A couple of, recused himself from voting or abstained. Yeah.
You want to start again? Oh, seriously.
Mr. Mayor, it was 15D, but I think the purpose was because we had people in open forum who spoke to it.
are they still in? So
No, no, they are not.
would you still want to move to 15D and deal with it now, or do you want us to continue down?
Apologize, Mr. Mayor. I thought individuals were still online, and that's why I suggested that. If they have left, then it can be dealt with in due course as you march through the agenda.
Okay.
Apologize, Mr. Mayor.
No apology necessary. Okay, so you know what? We will move on to item 11B. May we have a motion for 11B, please?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Young, be it resolved that FI 2023-06, Nellie Morrow, Director of Finance, Chief Financial Officer, read the drain loan debenture package, McNiven, John, be received and adopted. the Township Council approve rating bylaw 2023-078 to receive a tile drain debenture from the province of Ontario in the total amount of $40,600 for one municipal tile drain loan debenture of $40,600 each to the agricultural property owner of Concession 9, Lot 7, Part 1, Oro-Medonte, Ontario, Municipality of Oro-Medonte, that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign a rating bylaw 2023-078, that the director, finance, chief financial officer be authorized to sign offer to sell debenture number 2023-01 in the principal amount of $40,600 to the Minister of Finance as authorized by borrowing bylaw 94-121.
I don't think, unless, does anyone need Ms. Morrow to give any more detail on this? I think if everyone's read it, it's pretty straightforward. Okay, so I'll open the floor for discussion or comments at this time, if there are any. Seeing none, then I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. And Madam Clerk, may we have the motion for 11C now, which is very similar to 11B.
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that FI 2023-07, Nellie Morrow, Director of Finance, Chief Financial Officer, read the drain loan debenture package 1104526 Ontario Inc. be received and adopted. That Township Council approve rating bylaw 2023-079 to receive a tile drain debenture from the province of Ontario in the total amount of $50,000 for one municipal tile drain debenture of $50,000 each to the agricultural property owner of Concession 9, Part Lot 6, Oro-Medonte, Ontario, Municipality of Oro-Medonte. That the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign rating bylaw 2023-079. That the director of finance, chief financial officer be authorized to sign offer to sell debenture number 2023-02 in the principal amount of $50,000 to the Minister of Finance as authorized by borrowing bylaw 94-121, 2007-118, and 2006-043. 2016-043. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All in favor? That is carried. And may we have a motion for item 11D, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Young, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that HR 2023-01, Tamara Obi, Director of Human Resources, Resources and Health Safety Policy Review be received and adopted. That the following health and safety policies be amended as outlined. POL HS 20101, Health and Safety Public Policy Statement. POL HR 20102, Respect in the Workplace, and be enacted effective immediately. That the mayor, CAO, and senior management staff sign the 2023 Corporate Health and Safety Policy Statement to be posted in all work areas of the corporation. That draft Human Resources Policy POL HR 4-14, Township Payment of Medical Certificates for DZ, AZ, and/or ARZ driver's license be enacted effective July 1st, 2023, and that staff be advised accordingly.
Thank you. I'll open the floor at this time if there's any discussion or questions on this matter. Seeing none, then I'll call the vote. All in favor? CAO done.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for endorsing those policies. If I could, Mr. Mayor, it was at the beginning of the council meeting, a brief discussion with Councillor Hutchison specific to members of council, realizing that the Act applies to employees. However, the policy, specifically respect in the workplace, does encompass interactions with everybody, including members of council. Councillor Hutchison and I committed that probably in the September meetings, plural, either the first or the second meeting of council, Ms. Obi and I would come back to council. We did have discussions on issues that impact specifically members of council, and perhaps there's an opportunity to be able to have some additional discussion on that, most likely at the second meeting date in September. Councillor Hutchison, you had flagged that at the get-go before the meeting. Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to make sure that members of council understood what was raised, and we would be coming back to be able to augment some further discussion with respect to, regarding respect in the workplace.
Thank you. Now you've created a question period. Councillor Young.
Get the name straight. Yeah, just one question here. I know I've had some dealings with this before. Are members of council considered employees of the township?
Ms. Obi, could you double down on my no, just so that Councillor Young hears that that answer?
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Young, the answer is no. Councillor Young, members of council are the board of directors of the corporation and therefore not members of council. Or not staff, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Supplemental?
Yeah, just the reason I ask is I read just the opposite in case law, so, but it certainly would appear that you're up to date on, and it's been decided that members of a council are not employees of a municipality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Young, and thank you, Tamara and Councillor Hutchison.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, and exactly why I had the conversation with Robin and Tamara earlier, in that I wanted to get some clarification with, we do have clarification that we're not employees of the municipality, but I wanted to explore the scope of particularly the harassment and violence section of the health and safety as it would apply to councillors and the mayor, particularly in the realm of social media. So I'm hoping we can have a further discussion in September.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchison. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Mayor. Just, I read that, excuse me, the entire document there, and that violence extends beyond the workplace, to domestics. Did I read that correctly? That the township would, I guess, do what they can to address any domestic violence, again, that goes beyond the workplace itself.
Tamara, could you provide clarity? Councillor Young is correct.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Young, yes, the workplace does extend beyond the actual walls of the township facilities. By association of people connected through the workplace becomes an extension of the workplace. So it is not exclusively within the walls associated with township buildings or parks. It's through the affiliation of people that work together, connect together, interact with each other.
Thank you very much, Ms. Obi. Supplemental?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I get the workplace extends beyond physically here. But the question was, does it actually get into the dwellings, the residences of employees of the township? I thought I read that and I was kind of surprised. I mean, obviously it's a good thing. I guess it has to come to the attention of human resources before, or perhaps we do take action, or you do take action. Again, the question is, does it extend into the dwellings, residences of township employees?
Ms. Obi.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. It is a difficult question, Councillor Young, because it does depend on the situation. We are required to support our employees if they are, there's concerns regarding domestic violence. So does that extend potentially within their households? Yes. Could it become part of a household through association of employees interacting in a person's house? Potentially, yes. Every situation is reviewed and addressed accordingly on a situational basis.
Thank you, Tamara.
Thank you very much, Ms. Obi. Okay, so we've heard the motion. All in favor? That is carried. Now we'll move to item 11E. I believe there's a PowerPoint presentation from the CAO, and so once you're ready, CAO done, you can proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of council. What I'm going to speak to is a staff engagement undertaking in collaboration with the council's strategic planning process. Many individuals know that we have 100 full-time staff, in the order of 12 part-time or contract staff members. We also employ a number of students and seasonal staff under contract, both during the summer and winter periods. Earlier today, there was discussion with respect to fire and emergency services. We have approximately 125 volunteer firefighters that provide emergency response across the municipality. Our municipality's ability to deliver service rests with our staff, and the only way that we can be supportive of that is a corporate culture that empowers and motivates staff, and particularly true in the competitive environment in which we find ourselves more and more frequently. Staff engagement, Mr. Mayor, members of council, the importance of staff has been recognized and acknowledged for many years. Back in the 2011-14 strategic plan, council endorsed a priority goal of being an employer of choice. That priority has continued through all subsequent strategic plan updates. And it's been approximately 10 years, Mr. Mayor, for facilitated third-party engagement with township staff. The first couple of volleys with that were supported in conjunction with Georgian College and their research analyst program, where surveys were undertaken to determine staff satisfaction, engagement, and perspectives of the township as an employer, both in 14 and 16. The 2018-2022 council was advised that an anticipated staff engagement follow-up was delayed in part for 2018 due to labor negotiations, and unfortunately in 2020 as a result of COVID restrictions and capacity to be able to move that forward. Having said that, Mr. Mayor, a corporate service level review was undertaken by Blackline Consulting, and incorporated into that service level review that was initiated in the fall of 2020 and completed in early 2021 was a staff engagement survey component. Further, as we were rounding out 2022 in the fall, Jack Grosvenor and Associates led the corporate leadership team and staff through team engagement and focus groups, and all staff participated via multiple sessions. And a number of priorities were both identified and some are underway from an ongoing action perspective. And I've listed a few: enhanced communications through the newsletter, communication coordination through third-party social media platforms, enhanced health and mental health supports, and consideration of ongoing flexible work options. It was July the 26th, there was a discussion with members of the Human Resources Committee. It wasn't an HR committee, however, a discussion ensued, and really important suggestions came out of that discussion. It was suggested to expedite the next planned staff engagement survey as an additional input to Council's 2024-2027 strat plan. It was further suggested that the staff engagement should be completed by an experienced third party, and understanding those two inputs from the discussion, I committed to come back and present to Council looking for clear support from a go forward. Understanding, Mr. Mayor, members of Council, we're locked in. We are committed for completion of the 24-27 strat plan by the end of the year. Mr. Eric Lockhart is the third-party consultant contracted to facilitate our strat plan. And in that methodology and process, Mr. Lockhart has incorporated a series of staff focus groups. However, those focus groups are to obtain feedback on strategic priorities. And I think that there can be a blending between the discussion that took place with members of the HR committee and the work that Mr. Lockhart is undertaking. I thought it was important. I've blended the strat plan undertaking process with staff engagement, and certainly there are a number of recent undertakings that will be considered during the strat planning process. From the service level review that I referred to earlier in 2021, there was an engagement process out to the community. There was also a refresh to the strategic plan, not as fulsome an undertaking that is being undertaken for council. There was a significant undertaking in the Parks and Rec master plan regarding community engagement, also with the tourism action plan and the economic development strategy. So Mr. Mayor, my takeaway on all of these inputs is to ensure the strategic plan timelines are met. Any potential third-party consultant undertaking a broader employee satisfaction survey would need to work in tandem with Mr. Lockhart and his community council staff engagement processes. So I do have some additional comments, and certainly council is aware that Mr. Lockhart is affiliated with Queen's University. He has also worked in partnership with Queen's University's Smith Business Center. Very similar methodology that we used in 14 and the second iteration with Georgian College. Smith Business Center deploys fourth-year commerce students in a capstone strategy or similar type work. And Ms. Hewitt and I had discussions with Mr. Lockhart about alignment, and we also had discussions with the managing director of the Smith Business Center program. And we have confirmed that there is capacity with the business center and capacity to be able to undertake a process for garnering staff engagement and feedback this fall. And the response that would come under that project would be inclusive of both garnering the data, analyzing the data, a report generation, and ultimately coordinated with Mr. Lockhart, a presentation by the group to members of council aligning with the December sequencing for the strategic plan. The timelines I've just spoken to in consultation with the managing director. It's anticipated an expense of $4,000 to $6,000 for that undertaking, and certainly that can be addressed within the budget allocation that is currently approved. And the resolution, the way it is prepared, Mr. Mayor, is to receive the update and further that I proceed, and I'm making a recommendation that we engage, and we have the opportunity to engage the Smith Business Center and work collaboratively with Mr. Lockhart to be able to move that along. However, there was a second part of the conversation with members of the Human Resource Committee, and there was discussion about a number of existing and quite robust online survey platforms for fee-for-service that could be utilized. There was also a little bit of work. I was concerned about alignment and ensuring timing and deliverable associated with the strat plan and coordinating that. Some of those tools require additional effort from a staff perspective. Having said that, I believe there is truly an excellent opportunity to be able to leverage some of those other platforms, that we can perhaps replicate that more frequently. Again, the idea was to do this on a biannual basis. And to that, Mr. Mayor, members of council, in the 5-year plan, the capital plan, there is an allocation in 2025 with an apportionment for a staff satisfaction survey in parallel with a follow-up community satisfaction component. I believe that it would be critically important as part of the 25-26 budget and work plan preparation, that staff have an opportunity to identify the potential utilization of those online survey platforms and embed, which was part of the conversation with members of the HR committee, embed this as an ongoing issue that can be replicated biannually. So, Mr. Mayor, it was an impromptu conversation with members of the HR committee, which happens to be you, Councillor Hutchison and Councillor Clark. I did indicate during that conversation that I would be back before council. I hope that this, not only for the 3 of the members that I had this conversation with, makes sense, but it sits well with members of council, and it does not take away from that commitment and deliverable of the strategic plan. I'll just conclude, for those of you that are strategy buffs, strategic plans and action items are critically important. If you've not heard this before, tone, tenor, culture will gobble up strategy, and it'll never be successful from an execution perspective. And I think perhaps that was the underpinnings of making sure the tone, the tenor, and a clear message to staff by council was that we needed to see those things more regularly and report back to council. I hope that it addresses both the conversation that happened between 3 members of council, and there may be some queries from council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No, thank you very much, Rob. No, and I concur on your closing remarks that without a strategic plan, it is the building blocks of how this municipality and township will operate moving forward, and it is paramount and very important to us have in place. Any further discussion or questions for clarity? Councillor Clark?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Dunn. I really appreciate you acting on this as quickly as you have. Very much appreciated. I'm of the opinion that you can't improve what you aren't measuring. So having the ability to measure our employee satisfaction as part of our strategic plan right now, but in the future, will allow this to continue to grow into an incredible employer of choice, to use the terms that we've used so far. So I appreciate you working on this.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, to Councillor Clark, thank you very much, Councillor, for the acknowledgement. Members of the community may say that this conversation took place July the 26th. Here we are, August the 16th. Why did it take so long? I would suggest, Councillor Clark, your acknowledgement was appropriate. Ms. Hewitt and I were able to, I think, have a good go forward, and thank you for that acknowledgement.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through you to CAO Dunn. Thank you for this presentation. Really appreciate it. We did have some very good conversations with regards to this, and you know my passion about employee satisfaction. And as Councillor Clark has said, what we don't measure, we can't plan for. So I really appreciate how you've molded this into the strat plan piece as well, and built the efficiency in as to get the surveys out quickly, and then following up with perhaps the different types of surveys that we had looked at future forward. And I just a reminder that although we gather the information, it's just so critically important to ensure that we've got a great sharing plan with staff as to what the results are and where we need to measure and plan for improvement in certain areas. And then I love the idea of then doing this biannually or annually so we can then celebrate those successes with staff as we improve along the way. So thank you very much for this.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, any other comments or questions at this time? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, may we have the motion, please, for 11E?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that the PowerPoint presentation presented by Robin Dunn, CAO, and Donna Hewitt, Director of Corporate Services, Oro-Medonte staff engagement be received. 2, staff proceed as outlined.
All in favor? That is carried. Now on to item 12, reports of municipal officers for information only. Are there any comments or questions from members of council in regards to these 2 reports?
Will the municipal officers be presenting the reports?
Today, Mr. Shellswell, were you intending to present the report today?
Mayor Greenlaw, yes, I can go over it quickly if you like, just to give you a quick overview of what's within it, for sure. From a municipal law perspective, I will go over it, yes. So municipal law enforcement, as the report stated, is currently actively enforcing provisions of the zoning bylaw. When we get concerns in regards to short-term accommodations or made aware of them, we are out conducting inspections of properties, and as stated so far, we have about 28 properties actively under investigation for the permitted use. Short-term rentals, as we know, are not permitted within most of our zones. The only zones that we permit a short-term accommodation would be your B1, Village 1 zone, or R2 with exception 123, which is in the Horseshoe Valley area, in which we know as the old Terrace Hills condominium resort. So yes, we're actively out. Municipal law has arranged a schedule so that we're here on weekends now. Full-time staff are working Saturdays to complete inspections because we found that obviously these are rented on a short-term basis and typically revolve around the weekend. So we're out on Saturdays for the purpose of just the short-term rentals, conducting inspections of concerned properties. And again, we're finding it is a bit difficult for staff to try and get some of the essential information that we need, but we have gained some ground with some of the properties and moving forward as stated with prostitutions. So far to date, most of the complaints have just been generally around the general use of the property and that short-term accommodation. We, as of lately, had some disruptions from one of our addresses, and we are actively taking action on that as we speak. It's a fairly recent one, but yeah, we are finally seeing some disruptions from one of the addresses that's involved in the 28. Other than that, I mean, like I said in the reports, over the years, this has been a long road for, I think, residents, whether it's being the disruptions, the use, as mentioned, seeing cars come and go, new residents, new neighbors, sorry, every weekend at addresses. We're trying to finally instill that confidence back into residents that we are out there actively trying to help out and assist, and we welcome residents to voice their concern to us, whether it be through email, our concern forms, or giving us a call, and we can provide them with information and avenues to assist us in helping them out. But yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is awareness, and we're continuing to try and make them aware. And coming out of this meeting, communications and myself will be putting out another slider on our website to assist and make people aware that we're trying to help them out and get compliance through enforcement. Is there any further questions? I kind of quickly went over it, but I imagine there's some questions from council.
No. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Thank you very much for that brief summary. Can you also just review for the public and council what the penalties are for contraventions in the various acts, the Municipal Act and the Planning Act?
So for municipal law, yes, we have two options here when dealing with short-term accommodations. Obviously, the use through the zoning bylaw itself, it's not non-permitted use, so you're not conforming to the zoning bylaw. So through the Planning Act, we can lay charges for that use, and that's through the POA side of it, so the Provincial Offences Act, as well as under the Municipal Act, Section 440, we can seek an injunction. We are currently active with one of these and willing to continue to take that on. So yes, there's two options for municipal law. Further, and I can quickly, I'm not going to get into detail, but speak on the building side of it. Building are also actively out helping us with these, and if they find that there's any renovations, alterations to a dwelling unit to assist with the use, they will be following up with charges under their jurisdiction. Again, I'm not up on it. I won't speak too much to it, but further to that, fire department, fire prevention, we're also helping to ensure that the house is safe for the residents have it. And again, if the house isn't equipped with the detectors, they will follow up with charges as well. As noted, I mean, municipal law is doing a zero tolerance when it comes to bylaw infractions that they find at these residents. So disruptions, noise bylaw, we will lay charges. There won't be an education visit. It will be a charge on the spot to the occupants, as well as we can follow up charges to the owner for permitting such disruption.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shelswell. And just one question for Chief Murray. Could you briefly summarize, Chief, what the powers of entry you have are and what undertakings that the fire department might be able to do in terms of ensuring that the properties meet the appropriate fire standards when they're visited? Thank you.
So through Councilor or Deputy Mayor Lavoie, the fire department's powers of entry are really to do with if there's a fire occurring or there's a threat to life. And I can just read it to you if that's okay, and tell you, and then I'll comment on it. But a firefighter or such other persons as may be authorized by the fire chief, the fire marshal, or assistant to fire marshal may, without warrant, enter lands or premises that are adjacent to the lands or premises on which a fire or emergency has occurred or is occurring for the purposes of fighting the fire or providing rescue or emergency services, or that the adjacent lands or premises on which there is a serious threat to health and safety of any person or the quality of the natural environment for the purposes of removing or reducing that threat. So as far as entering without warrant, there would need to be a serious threat for us to enter somebody's house. If I'll give you an example. If the neighbor called 911 and said there's an alarm going off in the house, there's cars in the driveway, but nobody's answering the door, we could enter without warrant because we're concerned for the safety of somebody's life. That would allow us to do that. There needs to be a serious threat for us to enter. If we, as we are doing with Curtis, as he said, we've committed to going on some of these inspections with Curtis, and our fire prevention officer or deputy of prevention would go in, and if there are missing alarms or they're outdated alarms or there's some things that need to be addressed, we would do that at that time. If we don't have the appropriate smoke alarms, those are a ticketable offense, and we can issue tickets for smoke alarms. Our method has always been to educate when we do that about smoke alarms, and if need be, we will temporarily install those alarms until they can rectify the situation. So I don't know if that answers all your question, but
Thank you very much, Chief Murray. Councillor Young, and then CAO Dunn, please.
Yeah, just a comment on fire alarms and CO detectors there. I'm sure that the chief here is well aware of the fact that often in fatal fires that what they find out is that the occupants have removed a battery for their own appliances, radios and that sort of thing, or they've taken them out and disconnected the kitchen one because it would go off on a regular basis given what they're cooking on the stove. So having read your report, Mr. Shellswell, I noted that concern, or at least that thing you indicated there. So.
Okay, thank you. CAO Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Chief, if I could just go back to you for a moment for clarity regarding the authority in your answer to the deputy, your authority to be able to enter without warrant. Chief, the discussions from an engagement perspective that you have shared with me has been always predicated with an inquiry of the resident to be able to be allowed to come into the property. And Hugh, you did not speak to that a few moments ago. Could you provide some additional clarity? Good answer to the deputy, but could you provide that additional clarity, please?
Sure, through to Robin. We operate on a request or complaint basis, and we have to determine, we'll generally get complaints, which is usually a tenant or the landlord complaining about one of his tenants. And when it's the landlord complaining, usually it's them trying to get us to say that their tenants are dismantling or disabling smoke alarms, which usually backfires because it's the landlord's responsibility to ensure that they're operating. They have a requirement as an owner to confirm that those are working. They should be doing a monthly check and confirm those are working. So usually that backfires. What tends to happen with the tenant is that the landlord is not maintaining, and they've requested them to be maintained, and that's where we can lay charges there if the tenant has complained. So usually it's a request or complaint. If we get a complaint from a neighbor about something, we need to understand what they're complaining about and how they know that. We just can't knock on the door unless there's a serious concern to say we have to come in and look. But we always, our deputy of prevention is pretty persuasive of getting into people's homes to allow for an inspection. She's pretty good. She's got a good way of dealing with people, and they're usually compliant when she's asked them if she may enter and inspect. So we're usually pretty good that way. I don't know if that answered, Robin. I hope that answered you.
Chief, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the deputy, I was just trying to ensure clarity with respect to the answer to your question. Thank you, Chief.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments or questions regarding this? Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yes, I just wanted to thank staff for preparing this communication and setting it out in the public where people can understand that we are taking action and what the action is and what the consequences will be for those who choose to not use the properties in the manner in which the zoning bylaw permits. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you, Curtis and Chief Murray, for your input on that. So I guess, is there any other questions regarding the item A? Then I guess, is there any comments or questions regarding item B of 12B with the, in regards to the project status update? I guess the only thing I'd like to point, sorry? The project status update? Yes. Well, it should be within, it's not on the printed copy, but the hyperlink would be there to show you.
It's in the agenda
It's in the agenda.
package.
Okay, okay. So just a couple comments I'd bring the attention to is, that was in the update. We've had only 5 requests of FOIs this year, which is a significant reduction. And I believe a lot of it's been pertaining to one item, but so I think that's good to see that it's not escalating. The other thing is I don't know if I could just get a little clarification from. I'm just looking at my screen to see if Derek, but the official plan that is at county, there potentially are some possible modifications. Would someone know what they would be in pertaining to?
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. Mr. Whitlib is on vacation, and it appears that I do not have anyone from the planning group here. Having said that, I do believe that there was a report that was presented to Development Services, the last Development Services meeting, that laid out Oro-Medonte's response to the queries and changes that were identified by the county. And I believe that correspondence has gone back to the county, and I believe it's being addressed at a county meeting, and it could be in September. I apologize. I don't definitively know the date. I can ask Mr. Karaskakis to follow up with an email to all of council just on the timing and the status of that.
Yes, okay, thank you. And I guess the other thing that I know was in the report is I think we've had our changes to the line 15 have had likely the most positive impact towards a traffic calming solution. Although volume has maybe increased, but speeds have slowed down, and so I think that's a positive as well. And I believe those are the main things I wanted to point out that I noticed in the update. And I want to thank Vanessa for the update because it covers off a lot of things that are going on in this township, and sometimes we forget just how many pokers we have in the fire. So can we have a motion to receive those 2 items if there's no further questions?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that the reports as listed under item 12, reports of municipal officers for information only, be received.
All in favor? That is carried. Okay, and then reports of members of council. Does anyone have anything they'd like to report with regards to the partners or agencies that they represent? I don't see there's any today, so we can move on from that. And announcements. Is there any announcements from members of council? Ms. Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Just wanting to recognize that within the next 2 weeks, we're going to have a number of ribbon cuttings for AEDs that have been successfully placed in township parks. And I believe we're going to have a good turnout from council and our communities in order to celebrate those placements and the amazing work that our communities have done to raise the funds to make this a reality. And then beyond that, there will be some scheduled education, CPR and education programs in two locations later in the fall. So amazing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bard, then Councillor Young.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. This Sunday will be the 100th anniversary of the ED Hall. So they have some activities planned for Sunday afternoon.
Yes, that's fantastic. And just something I received a call from a roofer who volunteered to put a new shingle roof on it in time for the and it was volunteered, so which is a great thing when it comes to community halls, because we know putting new roofs on and shingles is not cheap, and it definitely helps out that community. Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to mention the name of a gentleman up in Moonstone, Rick, or at least Ed Moriarty. And what happened 4 or 5 weeks ago, he approached me and told me that the 97-year-old picnic pavilion up in Vasey Park was scheduled for demolition. And I approached Sean. And what had happened was that they had put a fence around it, concerned about the structural integrity of the pavilion. So Eddie volunteered to donate his time and labor and equipment to secure the pavilion in time that there was a large baseball tournament being held there. But his background is in securing structures with cables and that sort of thing. So he went about doing that, and it was able to be used by these teams. So again, it was just a spirit of community that Ed volunteered to do that, not unlike the amount of time, the years he's put in to organize baseball teams throughout the area. But again, I just mentioned that he should be recognized, and he is being recognized now and commended for his volunteering and community spirit. And you'll find a lot of that up in Moonstone. It's a great place to live.
No, thank you very much. And I think that is just one individual of many. And we have so many, amazing people within our township that give so much back to the community in order to make it what it is. So I do commend Mr. Moriarty. Actually, I attended high school with him. He was likely much better ball player, and he was much faster than me. So I'm glad to see he still keeps his agility and his drive. Well, parking lot. Let's go freight train. I'm just kidding. No, just kidding. Okay, so any other announcements by members of council? No, seeing none. Okay, so consent agenda. Does anything want any items pulled from the consent agenda for discussion?
Mr. Mayor, if we can just have a moment, I'm just going to have Councillor Young, IT, come in remote, just to take the pink off the screen.
Yeah, it kind of makes you look like you're in a nightclub.
We'll take him out of the disco. Yeah.
We need a disco ball over there.
So are we going to do you want a 5-minute break, Madam Clerk, to try and correct that?
Sure, that would be great.
Okay, so we're going to recess for 5 minutes, and then we'll adjourn at 20 to 1. Or sorry, we. Yeah, we're late.
Mr. Mayor, we're live.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are now on item 15, consent agenda. I don't know if there's anything we need to pull, or is there any item that you would like to discuss in the consent agenda at this point? Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd love to add some commentary for item 15D, correspondence from the Environmental Registry of Ontario, the Sargent Company consultation period.
Thank you. Okay. So the floor is open for that. Do you want to continue, please?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the table, I just want to echo the comments of the individuals who spoke to us from open session. This is a really serious matter that I think requires some additional scientific evidence to be provided. I fully support the ability of us as a council to submit comments to the ministry, as members of the public are also entitled to do, to get more information. I believe it's a level 3, as was indicated by the individual and the report submitted, the permit, sorry, that has, to use the term, water takings are anticipated to have the highest potential of causing unacceptable environmental impact or interference. We as a society should take that warning seriously and make sure that we are ensuring we have safe drinking water for generations to come.
Thank you very much for your comments. And Councillor Young, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I echo Dave's, Councillor Clark's position. Much of what he said is what I was going to say too. Given that one line there, the water used to wash aggregate is returned to the moraine, and it is anticipated to have the highest potential of causing unacceptable environmental impact or interference. And I don't know how much more of a cautionary warning we need as a council. I mean, it's not that we haven't been, but it's time to take the issue of protect the moraine more seriously, perhaps, and draw a line in the sand someplace. And to me, this is, when it's before us, the impact taking water and using it to wash gravel is going to have on the aquifers, the water beneath. But I am going to object to issuing a license. I think we need to send a strong message to the provincial government that as to our concerns about the environment and protect the environment. We know that the provincial government regulates the amount of water that can be taken, but I think that, and they will, given the policies, current policies of the provincial government, they will likely, in all likelihood, issue a permit to take that water, regardless of what we say. But again, from our council, it's going to send a strong message, and I urge the rest of the council to do that. We have nothing to lose by doing that, but everything to gain. And we've heard enough from the likes of Margaret Prophet and Kim Kasari. They've, for years, been advising us of their concern and the danger of doing things with the moraine, and as has been said, the water's not limitless, and I think you only have to look at the southern United States, particularly California, where they're almost out of the water, and they've got to do things to compensate the agricultural industry down there. But again, I think that if we send a strong message to the provincial government that we don't agree with their policies, and it should be done by this council. So,
thank you. Any further comments, Deputy Mayor Lavoie?
Yes, thank you very much. And I'd like to thank those from the community who have participated, either by way of having written in or having made a presentation or presentation today. I think we all acknowledge, and many of us ran on the protection of our agricultural community and our environmental heritage. I think it's acknowledged that the township of Oro-Medonte is a significant area for migratory birds and has highly significant biodiversity. It's also acknowledged that the moraine is a geological feature of some age, and if it is damaged, it does not return to its current function. I think it's important to recognize that any risk to its sustainability is a risk to us all. And, you know, I certainly applaud the participation of everyone. We had an earlier discussion today about what constituted democracy and the right to speak up and what constituted perhaps special interests. And I for one, welcome people speaking up, regardless of the interest. We all need to have a healthy debate in the society, and these debates should have some scientific merit. And as Councillor Clark has said, I too would support the fact that we need to understand how this moraine functions and what we can take from it on a sustainable basis before we continue to take without caution. And we have been cautioned by the category of this permit, as both Councillor Young and Councillor Clark have quoted, and I think the township needs to take a very vigorous stance in the opposition to this kind of a permit for water taking when it threatens our biodiversity, our heritage, our agriculture, and our residential use. So I would very much support a document, a letter going to both the Environmental Registry and to our local MPP. And I would also promote the fact that we should maybe revive the placement of the Oro-Moraine into the green belt. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Councillor Bard.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. In agreement with everything that's been said to this point. Just to reiterate, we're proposing to submit comments under the mayor's signature, and I just want it to be very clear that we are definitely opposed. And I know that there's some politics involved, and we have to be careful sometimes with what we say to upper levels of government, but this is a time where we have to be very clear that we do not accept this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
Yeah, just a further comment. I think everything's been said here, but it's important that those who wrote in and those who are in a position to, or at least are cautioning us and warning us as council members that we are listening to them, okay? And we have listened to them, and again, I can demonstrate that, we can demonstrate that by refusing this license. And as has been said, a letter goes out to the provincial government, and but ultimately they have the say in whether it's permitted or not. So we have nothing to lose.
Thank you. Any Councillor Hutchison?
I just wanted to be on the record to agree with everything that's been said very eloquently. I think this is an incredibly important issue for our community, and that I too am vehemently opposed to this permit. And I would encourage all people to also have their voices heard by writing in.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Schell?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to weigh in. I agree. We do need to protect our moraine and our environment. And I'm hearing everybody say no, 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 no. I'm just wondering, I haven't heard any comments about how much, or is there a limit, or management in managing the amount of water that can be taken or used. Just throwing that out for those that may want that question asked. Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councillor Schell, just to add, per the permit, there's a maximum rate per minute being 454 liters, a maximum volume per day being 654,624 liters per day, a maximum number of days taking per year, 200, which is, if you do the math, approximately every business day, and the period of water taking between March 1st and December 31st for 10 years. So a significant amount of water.
Right, yeah, thank you. I heard that, and I read that as well, but I'm just wondering if anybody, or has there been a suggestion to limit it or reduce it, to make it work environmentally?
Council Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I think it speaks to the matter of sustainability, and we all recognize that we need to take water, we need to take it for agricultural purposes, and we need to take it for our residential use. Beyond that, if this, and we don't know what the point of sustainability is. So if you add up all of those uses, we don't know where we are. And that's the ultimate threat here, because it's like leaving on a trip and you have no gas gauge in your car, and you don't know how much gas is in the tank. Are you going to get there? And we don't know whether we're going to get there or not get there. So, and if we run out of gas, there are no gas stations. We do not refill this device. This geological wonder that we have does not restart. And then we will be taking water from the lake. And I can't imagine what it would cost us to supply water to Horseshoe Valley residents from the lake. Or the Coldwater River, perhaps. But I don't know if the trout will have troubles with that, but thank you.
No, well, thank you for your comments. No, and I agree. And I think at the end of the day, the reality is it's the environment that will either provide the permit or decline the permit. And I think it's up to the Environment Agency to do the research and understand what is there and what volumes we have and we're dealing with, and what is the impact and what is the sustainability of maintaining the moraine. So, as the deputy mayor has pointed out, and everyone has spoke very well in regards to this, but the research needs to be done. Like, we can't keep winging it and allowing us, let's see what happens down the road. And if there is a problem, then we'll deal with it. Unfortunately, the environment and the planet doesn't work in that manner. So anyways, I would, oh, sorry, CAO done. Then I had a question though, Madam Clerk, just because from the discussion that's taken place, the deputy mayor mentioned that, not just to provide a letter by the township under the mayor's signature to the environmental agencies, but also to MPP Downey and MPP Dunlop. So I guess I just want to make sure that procedurally, do we have to pull this item in order to modify that, or can we continue with just this being a discussion item?
Mr. Mayor, we can just do a friendly amendment.
Okay, thank you.
If the rest of council are in favor. Yep, okay. Good.
And I'll ask for that now. Is it okay to make that friendly amendment? Because just showing cards, all in favor of that, just so perfect. I think that kind of a rhetorical question, but, and then I would like CAO Dunn, you had your card up to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it was just your summation of the whole issue. Certainly, staff have heard, anybody in the community that is listening has heard the concern from council. Your summation would be the basis of that articulation back to the province to ensure some level of additional rigor. And of course, we don't know what some of those things are, but you did a great summation, and it's live streamed, so we've captured those points that we can use in preparing the memorandum back to the province, Mr. Mayor.
No, I believe we all ran on making decisions based on the facts and the data. The challenge with this is the facts and data aren't all there for us to review and understand. So hopefully this will initiate some activity and investigation by the environmental agencies. So, okay, is there anything else that regards to that, or any other items on the consent agenda that require discussion at this point? None. So then, Madam Clerk, can we have a motion for the consent agenda, please.
Moved by Clark, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that the staff recommendations with respect to the items listed under consent agenda correspondence be adopted as printed. And Mr. Mayor, we've made that friendly amendment and copy MPP Downey and Dunlop.
Okay, thank you. Call the vote. All in favor? Thank you. And I'd also like to, as we wrap up this section, is thank the public for weighing in and voicing their concerns. Item 16, communications. May we have a motion for 16A, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that correspondence from Lisa Groves, Barrie Automotive Flea Market, re-annual Spring Automotive Flea Market held at Burrows Creek Event Park, September 7th to 12th to the 10th, 2023 be received. That council designates the Barrie Automotive Flea Market to be held at Burrows Creek Event Park on September the 7th to the 10th to be a municipally significant event. That Lisa Groves, Barrie Automotive Flea Market, be advised under the mayor's signature.
Okay. I just actually want to, because my company has done business with these, and I apologize for the late recusal, but I'm going to recuse myself from this item and hand the chair over to Deputy Mayor Lavoie at this time. You want the script too? You don't have it memorized?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Can we have the motion, please, or?
Deputy, I just called the motion.
Yeah, thank
so
you.
if you want to call
No,
for the
that's
vote,
fine.
that's fine.
Okay, to the members of council, are there any points of discussion or any questions? Nope. Okay, seeing none, then can we have the vote, please? All in favor? The motion is carried. I return the chair to the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I apologize for that. It was an oversight by me. So now we will go to item 11B. Carla, I understand you have a background information with respect to this item, and if you would like to proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In regards to this property, we received communication from Mr. Robert Barlow at 5 McLean Crescent in regards to a drainage easement that exists on property between him and his neighbor at 5 and 7 McLean Crescent. The easement that exists in that location does not grant municipal access for maintenance for that drainage ditch. It is one of the primary outlets for McLean Crescent for the road drainage to exit through to the lake. The request was being brought to council today for review to have the township be added to the agreement and have a new agreement drafted so that we can have an easement over that same area that's already identified on their properties to provide us access to maintain that drainage outlet that would be to benefit the municipality.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Any questions or comments in regards to this item? I will add, this is definitely very straightforward. It is a low point where Mr. Barlow's allowing the easement to run. So all the water flows down off of McLean Crescent and 8 Mile Point into that area. He's just looking for us. He's willing to give the easement and his neighbor in order to get that water to the lake, which is great. And I think what will happen, Carl, if I can ask, it would come back before council. It does not have to come back before council now. Would be my understanding is you would just continue on with it and move forward with this file to complete.
Mayor, the file would be through the motion that's set out for this current process would be that if council does approve the easement, that we would follow through on generating the agreements and the legal transfer, and it would not come back to council. This motion approval would grant that, so it could be done under the clerk's signature.
Okay, thank you. And what would the time parameter be on that approximately? Would you know?
If I can speak to that, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
We really would not know, because this will have to go through legal and preparation, and so it just depends on the schedule in queue of their work, so. But we'll try to expedite it as quickly as possible, because I understand there's a requested time for the fall season. So.
No, perfect. I appreciate that. Okay, no. Any other further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that is,
Mr. Mayor, I haven't read the motion.
well, that's easy to approve those ones. Just dead silence.
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that the correspondence from Jane Dixon Barlow and Robert Barlow re-drainage issue at 5 and 7 McLean Crescent, Oro-Medonte, be received. That the clerk be directed to proceed with the preparation and registration of the required easement in order to permit the township to undertake drainage maintenance. That the applicant be advised of council's decision under the clerk's signature.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I'll call the vote now. All in favor? And that is passed. Just for practice, if you'd like, you can read it again, but I don't think it's necessary. So. May we have a motion for 16D, please, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Young, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that the correspondence from Cheryl Gotelf, I'm sorry, Your Worship, I may be mispronouncing that. Candlelighters Simcoe, request for proclamation of September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, and a request for flag raising be received. That September 2023 be proclaimed Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, and the flag be flown through the proclamation period. That the proclamation be posted on the township's website, and the CAO's office coordinate the flag raising in accordance with the township's flag etiquette policy. And the applicant be advised of council's decision under the mayor's signature.
Any questions or comments? Councillor Bard.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can we have more than one flag flying at that time? I'm just thinking that there's Truth and Reconciliation in September as well. So it's not that I'm opposed to this, I'm just wondering protocols for that.
We would take one down for the day of Truth and Reconciliation Day and put it back up.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, then I will call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. Okay, may we have a motion for 16D, please, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that the correspondence from Pat Thor, Community Physician Recruitment Liaison, Aurelia and Area Physician Recruitment and Retention Committee, request for letter of support under the Northern Rural Recruitment and Retention Initiative grant be received, that the request for a letter of support be approved, that the applicant be advised of council's decision under the mayor's signature.
Thank you. And any discussion, comments, or questions? Seeing none, then I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. Notice of motions, we have none. Bylaws, may we have a motion for the draft bylaws under item 18, Madam Clerk?
Yes, and if council will recall, we already voted on 2023-057 separately. So moved by Bard, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that bylaw numbers 2023-068, 2023-070, or 070, sorry, 2023-071, 2023-078, 2023-079 be read a first, second, and third time, passed, be engrossed by the clerk, signed and sealed by the mayor.
Any comments or questions or discussion by any members of council? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. Closed session, we're complete that. There's no items that were unfinished. Confirmation bylaw, may we have a confirmation bylaw motion, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2023-080, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting held on Wednesday, August 16th, 2023, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, be engrossed by the clerk, signed and sealed by the mayor.
All in favor? That is carried. And before the adjournment motion, I just want to thank everybody for having a great discussion today. We all have different viewpoints on issues, and I think it's important that members of council express them just like the public expresses to us, and we need to make sure that we take everything into consideration before making a decision. And with that said, a motion to adjourn, please.
Moved by Young, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that we do now adjourn at 1:13 p.m.
All in favor? And that is carried, Madam Clerk. Thank you very much, and all those watching at home, have a great end to your summer, and those councillors going to AMO, look forward to having a very productive AMO this year with the delegations we received.